We'll look at this in a moment. Oh, you know what? I'm going to be talking right now. I am continuing to talk. I am talking. Okay. One moment. Over here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Check a thing. Oh, I can't see that easily. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to shut up for a moment while my hand is up, and then I'm going to wait like 15 seconds, which is a long time, but I don't remember what the delay is for the creek.
SMC-70G 100 Twitch thinks it has a sense of humor again today. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Because I don't remember what the duration is, the timeout for the creek. So I'm going to hold my hand up and shut up for 15 seconds. Okay, was that good? No creek sound? Because I cranked up the keep alive sound a little more. So how was that? Did you hear the creek sound? No creek, perfect. Okay. So on that, I have an apology to make to Gray Elf yesterday when I was a little testy about the audio for the stream. So I was very frustrated to start with because of how setup did not go well. This light's pointing the wrong way. And then being told that the audio was terrible when it like hasn't changed in months. I was just like, I was not mentally ready to handle that and lashed out. So I want to apologize, Grail. Now, what happened with the audio, because it was actually bad, I checked this morning, you may notice it should sound better right now, hopefully. It turns out that stupid friggin' touchscreen on the front of the Sennheiser little doodad, okay? It's this thing right there, okay? You see the little VU meter bobbing up and down? Yeah, so that is a touchscreen, and it covers the full side of the body of the device, and I had accidentally enabled safety mode, which cranks up the gain at the low end to try and always make sure everything is audible, and added 4 decibels of gain. So yeah, it sounded awful. I did not realize, because it just happens when I pick it up and bump the touchscreen, because it is ridiculously oversensitive. Anyway, that drives me insane. I think I might actually just put tape over it at this point. I don't care. So yeah, that was super annoying. So yeah, that was part of it. So I also did a little bit of tuning on the ATEM's internal audio setup, because I didn't realize that was what was going on. And I have now bypassed the Tascam entirely. We are Blackmagic only. So yeah. Tape stops touchscreens. I'm talking like taping a piece of cardboard to the front of it or something. I don't know. I don't think I can anyway, because I would have to tape it to the exact front, because it slots into this thing here to charge. So it would still have to fit in there. So I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, so that's been part of my morning. The other part of the morning was climbing 10 feet in the air in my storage unit to grab stuff so that we could have a very interesting stream. So, here we go. This is an actual broadcast camera. This is a Panasonic VW6000. WV6000. And we're going to try and connect it to the Sony SMC-70. This is the Nuvicon color camera, and it is incredible. Your storage unit organized? Let me put it this way. 5 years ago, I moved in less than a month. And you have seen how much stuff I have. So no, it is not organized. Hold on a moment here. Why is this recording? I need to restart the ATEM. It's doing weird stuff. One moment. Hopefully that didn't mess up my audio. Yeah. So it was fun to get the camera. I wasn't kidding when I said I was up in the air 10 feet. You remember those Technics speakers that I recapped? They're currently...
100 how to tell it's Pro Gear when open the case won't fit on the bench. End of line.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the 100 bits. You showed the state of that storage unit and it was something. I don't remember that I have. I don't know. There's a potential that it's in the office vlogs. But, yeah, the Technics speakers that I recapped, they're currently stacked vertically. I was on top of them to reach this today. Anyway, here we go. So, first off, this, okay, just to give you an idea of how fancy schmancy this is the WVCC600 carry case. Inside, we have the WV600H color camera head. We have the WV-LZ12 servo zoom lens. We have the WV-VF60 monochrome CRT viewfinder. And we have the WVCA14 VTR cable. This thing is absolutely fantastic. Oh yeah, I had a flash, but I don't think I have the model number for that. You may have seen me chuckling at the stream when it cut off, because I was reading the manual and I was like, there was apparently a 5-inch CRT viewfinder, and I'm like, that's insane. I can't imagine what that looks like. And then they showed a picture of what it looks like. And I was like, oh my gosh. Hold on, you gotta see this. Where is it? There's a drawing. There's an actual photo of it. It is hilarious. Oh, come on. Where is it? Give me the photo. Come on. Boom. Look at it. It's insane. The monitor, the viewfinder is bigger than the camera. What? That's awesome. So yeah, anyway. So that is what this is. This is something that I have not used a lot, but I cherish dearly because it really is quite fascinating. Connecting it is going to be interesting though. I will say, turns out I was slightly wrong. We don't need a VTR. So on the back, we have video out and gen lock out, thankfully, actually. That's gonna be pretty nice here. And then we have the VTR connector here, VTR RCU. But you'll note there is something else here. Backed power and then DC external. So the external DC is 12 volts across the pins. I don't know what the battery power is. It might just be 12 volts. If I can figure out what the battery power connector is, because that's just a DC 5.5 millimeter barrel jack, we might be able to, use that. I was trying to look through the manual to see if I could figure out what voltage the battery is. It was close because they have a photo of the battery here, and this is like a really good print, so I can almost read it on there, but I just can't quite make it out. So I was trying to read through the manual to see if I can figure out what the voltage is for that. The other option I have here is to just see if the pins direct connect to this, because they do list the pin out of the power supply connector there. So we can see if this just direct connects to that. But we're gonna set this up in a moment. I have the tripod behind me to try and do that. I did put it on there earlier in the tripod.
It's SMC-70G 100. Say that model number 10.
Oh gosh. Oh good, thank you.
There. I win.
Thank you for at least making it fast. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Taters Games. Also, Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think I said that. Yeah, it probably is a 12-volt battery. We'll check that. So there's another element to this that I mentioned, and that is the VTR. That stands for Video Tape Recorder, which is this. So this is tangled on my foot. This is a Panasonic PV3000. Does it right there. And this is a videotape recorder. There are actually 0 cables coming off of it. It's only this, which I'll talk about in a second. This is slightly newer than that camera, but it still has the camera connector on there. You'll note it has the guitar strap-like things, because you're meant to have this on your hip like this as you're walking around recording with the camera, although probably over here, that way you have the camera over there and then this thing over here to have the weight balanced out. It takes a battery, probably the same kind of batteries that you'd put in like the Panasonic SVHS camera of the era, and then it has audio out, video in and out, RF out, microphone, and its own DC power connector. Am I recording any of this for a video? I am currently recording it. I don't know what will or will not make it into a video. I'm just gonna let this record all day today because we're doing a lot of new kinds of things. And I also didn't record any of the actual titler stuff yesterday, so I kind of regret not doing that. So there are some problems with this. One, doesn't eject. Two, I can see in the not ejected cassette tray, there's some kind of maybe a brake pad in there that has come loose. I can see the brown glue on one side and it's kind of pulling out. So this may not be so good. It doesn't really matter if the cassette part works, because I don't even think I have a blank cassette in the office. It was never going to be a goal to record to this. The whole goal is, of course, to feed video out through this and capture it. So there's no reason to use the tape deck other than as an interface for the camera. So that's why we might look at using the 12-volt adapter. Now, I don't know if anyone will know this. I'm mildly curious to hear if anyone understands this part of this, okay? So this is a Panasonic, what is this? I didn't actually look up the model number for this beforehand. This is a PV-A32E. This is a tuner. So this does go with the VTR, but it is a television tuner. And here's the weirder part, okay? It is fully wall powered. It is never intended to be used portably. Good grief, oh my gosh, oh, it's doing one of those. Oh, that's fun. Have any of you ever seen a cable do the green ooze corrosion thing? Because that's cool. Anyway, so this goes with the other thing. And here is the other weird part. We're gonna set these aside. And why I'm not super concerned about this. Quasar. This
CHER 100. I have never seen green ooze coming from a plug. Sockets and the house wiring, yes. And a line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. This is my much more interesting Quasar portable VTR setup that also works with that, I believe. It's been a little while, but there's the VTR port. We have the glorious leather carry case. I mean, come on. How awesome is that? And then we have all of the buttons really nice on the front. I love this thing. This is absolutely fantastic. But it also comes with a tuner. So here's my question, okay? Here's my thought. Because obviously the question is, why? Why do these come with tuners? And here's my guess, and I'm curious if anyone actually just knows this. Did they have this set up in the van or something, going to a radio earpiece so that they could hear the broadcast, the cameraman, as it was happening live, so that they would know when to be ready to shoot? Because they wouldn't have had like a earpiece, they wouldn't have had a cell phone in 1985 when this was there that they were on the call with them for. They wouldn't have had walkie-talkies. They were already broadcasting audio.
Office tech tangents reporting CHER 100 and a line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. So my theory is that from the van to the cameraman, they had like a radio going to this that was tuned into the television station that was doing the broadcasting. That's my guess, but I don't know. Figured to be for the producer in the van. Well, maybe the producer relays to the cameraman to do it, but my guess is that this is so that they know what is actually happening and then they can view the broadcast feed. Because the other thing you have to realize is in this era, there wasn't even a 7-second delay. It just was straight live off of the tube of the camera. You only have to buy one tape deck because VCRs, ran back then, plug it in when you got home, you're not using it as a portable. This is not consumer grade hardware. Maybe this Quasar is, but that Panasonic camera is not. I guarantee you that costs more than the Black Magics I used did. Or yeah, I guarantee that costs more than these do now without inflation. So you can review the footage with a TV or not in use with the production. The camera is consumer grade? I have a really hard time believing that. Do they have any defined use cases? Because it's fancy for when it came out. You can have it as a regular VCR. Well, again, this Quasar, I bet, is that Panasonic might be too. Because, well, it's down there because it's a later one. But really, prosumer. I guess there's no year listed in here. Yeah, like studio configuration. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Portable decks were definitely sold as consumer gear. I mean, they were, because you could have used this with your, like, off-the-shelf camera as well. I could see this, and especially these are kind of, like, not super awesome. Also, look at the microphone I got with this. It's fantastic. Oh my gosh. Look at it. Oh, it's glorious. That way DZAC can look it up. It's a Electro Voice LTD PL88H. As a XLR cable. It is. This is nice. You know, we could actually listen to this right now. I'm thinking about it. Hold on. We might be able to do that. Ah, gosh, stupid cable, dude. Oh, look at this nightmare here. Oh. One moment. I gotta play the mini game of cable untangling. Oh, gosh. Requires foam wind muff over the top. So the WV-6000 has the mic, the shotgun mic for that, and I did refoam that already. Probably just more telling of the state and size of the American bourgeoisie of the day, potentially. I don't know, it just did not scream consumer to me. What even is this sleeve? This is weird. Surprising thing about the mic is its color. I mean, it's kind of great that it's beige, isn't it? SVHS like? Yeah, but what about before SVHS? I don't know exactly what year that Panasonic is. It's not printed conveniently on the manual. I do want to scan the manual, Digital Ice Age. I was going to try and do it before stream, but then the audio stuff kind of threw me off. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. The audio does sound better, right? Like, just to confirm that this is a preferable audio treatment. It was a pretty radical change. All right, getting close. Our OB cameras were all U-matic. Holy moly. U-matic is enormous. The whole tape is like as big as this. Jeez. Just imagine a U-matic camera. You need TT flag. Oh my gosh. Audio sounds like it did a few weeks ago, so it's good. Okay. In the late 90s, got to experience video production high school. 90s is different, though, because this is 80s. All right, here we go. So, one of the interesting things about the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4Ks is they are XLR with phantom power. So, in theory, I should actually be able to plug this in and have it work. Audio. And then XLR mic, blah, blah. Phantom power, activate. Hello? Test. Test. Is this thing on? Test. Ooh, that is active. Yeah. Okay, hold on. One moment. I have no idea what this is going to sound like. Okay. It doesn't. Oh, it does work without phantom power. What do you know? Why? Okay, sure. There you go. No phantom power. Yeah, it's only left here. Fine. Okay, there you go. So that needs way more gain. Okay, so I was trying to make sure that it wasn't going to be too high. All right, so I'm going to talk to it from about this distance because that seems to be about where the yellow area is on this. Super quiet, more gain. I set it up. I can see it in the yellow. Hold on, let me try and adjust the thing over here so that I can see where I am at. That seems about right to me. Sounds terrible. Needs more EQ. I mean, I'm sure that the microphone that isn't being configured in any way doesn't sound as optimal as it could. Gain chain is messed up. You know what? We're done. No more. Nope. Done. We're not configuring a whole thing for this. You guys are, like, obviously missing the point. Okay. So yeah, there's that. We do have the cable to run it into this. There's a piece of foam in here. I'm going to make that go away so it can't kill anything. Well, that's curious. I didn't know that was in there. So, interesting. That is for the VTR. And I also have flip that, but this doesn't go with that camera. Oh gosh. This little adapter is going to die. It is not good. That's interesting. I didn't know that adapter was in there. Do I happen to have a charger in here too? Oh, no way! I have a battery eliminator. I know I own a charger too somewhere. I can find that later. I want to try the battery eliminator in the Quasar and plug it into the camera. Oh, I know that's a very standard size battery pack. Trust me. Okay, so the Quasar has stuff all over. There's power, but then there's also down here for... Oh, that connects to the tuner. Then over here we have video out. Or should we just... Okay, hold on. There's several steps of things that we need to do here. I do want to play around with the VTR, but you know what? Maybe I should not, because I'm getting distracted. Hold on. Let's figure out our order of operations of everything we actually need to do here, because there's several things going on. First things first. We need to fix the fan. So, yesterday, when I left this running for a while, it got really hot. And I was pretty sure that the fan wasn't spinning. So I want to crack this open. I want to see the fan that's under this and try and determine why it may not be working. Once we can safely run this, then we'll beep out whether or not the camera's DC connector is the same as the 5.5 millimeter barrel jack, and that will tell us that it's 12 volts into the barrel jack, which it most likely is. But I would rather be safe than sorry, because I think that camera is awesome, and I don't want to hurt it. Where did I put screwdriver? Also, fun fact, I'm a moron. Just You know that Genlock input port that's like, here's the reference in, so that's what this is. You want to know what's right below that? Holy moly, there's a light pen port? There's the RS-232C port. So there's how you do serial for no monitor setup. Also on the other side is the parallel port, and I already knew that it had a parallel port because I got the printer cable with it. So, yeah. Fan not plugged in? What is this, my Doom multi-monitor video? So, yeah, we could have had serial. Not that we had anything to actually do with serial yet, but the serial is on the table. Okay, here we go. All right, so there's 3 screws we're gonna remove, and then this pops out as soon as I can find the screwdriver. Where did it go? There it is. All right. So what you're saying is you need to find the light pen. Yeah. See someone in TT Live has one of these with some software too. Maybe not.
Who says CHER 100 technically serial is on the bench. I'll see myself out. End of line.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. Spooky, I don't think I said it either, but thank you for the 100 bits as well. Box software? Okay. For some reason, I can't click Discord links through my thing. Hold on. I can look on the laptop here, potentially. Okay. Minor complaint, as you know, as is tradition. This screen by Firefox. Firefox developers, if you happen to be watching, I never want to see this screen ever. At any point in time, I want you to always click restore session automatically. I never want to see that screen because what happens is you'll click a link from some outside source. It'll open that. You won't realize that. It opens that link in a new tab. You click the link, you're done with whatever. You close the window, and then you lose your previous session entirely. Brought to you by This Happened to Me Yesterday. Okay. Oh, it's Wolf. Okay, so this was who was commenting or chatting about this yesterday. They also have that weird videotizer thing. I have no idea what that is. That's also interesting because it's not the same thing as what I saw before. Huh. Yeah. Wait, do they have the picture viewer software? They do have the picture viewer software. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to... Yeah. Gosh, that would be incredible. Lord, that monitor. Just, ugh. All the ports and stuff, it's ridiculous. That's why these monitors sell for like $1,000. Ugh. Open Firefox at system boot and never close it? Well, when I'm streaming, I don't exactly want it open on that computer. I have no idea what the videotizer is. I think it's so weird. All right. Yeah. Wolf, if you're watching, I volunteer my time and equipment and resources to do that, to image all of that for you. Okay, let's get this thing open. Reopen recently closed tab. So, 101, that...
9 has subscribed at tier 2. They've subscribed for 17 months. End of line.
Angry K9, thank you for the tier 2 sub there and for 17 months of hanging out. I appreciate that. 101, so that doesn't work if you, under that exact circumstance that I described, click a link from something else. have it open and then intentionally close it, because the previous session, it just clears the session. It's just gone. So I tried. Sometimes that can work under other circumstances, but under some specific circumstances, nope, just gone. It really only matters because I pin tabs, and I pin a lot of tabs because I use the containers a lot because I have so many different accounts for things. Like, just think about this. I have 4 different Tech Tangents branded accounts, and you cannot just easily switch between them. I mean, in theory, it seems like you can, but not really. So, okay, fan. That is a 12-volt DC fan. Holy moly, and it looks like that? That's insane. It feels good, so I don't see why it wouldn't spin. The stator chunks, like, geez. The positions, that thing is gonna rip. Holy moly. What about Session Manager? That I am not aware of. Are you sure you're not thinking of profiles? Because there's a difference between profiles and sessions. While I have this open, I want to really quick. Foot pedal vacuum is best vacuum. Okay. All right, so the power cable goes to the, oh my gosh, Helen Croft is right. Did you know? Did you see? It's unplugged. Watch, it makes horrific grinding noises when it's powered. And they unplugged it for a reason. It feels fine. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I'm not going to spin it that much now that it's plugged into the board. Was just a guess. I mean, I could have seen it in the studio environment. I just wasn't actually expecting it. All right, well, that is not necessarily a fix yet, because there might be a reason it was unplugged. So let's do something weird. I haven't actually done this yet. There's zero reason I can't just put this bare on here, because it sits on top using the feet that kind of hook into the base, I believe. Oh gosh. Like a 50-pin IDC, not super easy to do with one hand. There we go. Only cut up my hand a little bit. Okay, it doesn't rest as securely as I was hoping. You know what else we can just do? Problem solved. Okay, so power, right? Yep. Okay. I want to see what this does. Oh, that's totally fine. I have no idea why it was unplugged. It is completely dead silent. Psst. Weird. I am shocked, Philip. All right. Color me surprised? Me too. I thought it was going to been unplugged because it was too loud for a studio environment. Did you unplug it when taking out the floppy drive? No, because I took out this drive and you just had to undo 3 screws over there. There was no reason to interfere with that. All right, well, that was easy. Hopefully the rest of today goes that smoothly. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So there's that. And we learned last time that we need one screw right here or it bows. Got the stupid, weird, like, center pin flat. Jeez. Magnet tip's killing me here because the screw is sticking to the side of the chassis. There we go. While we're doing this, I'll throw out, I did technically kind of find some new 3.5-inch double density discs. However, these are the ones that are disintegrating if you breathe on them wrong. The plastic has become unbelievably fragile and they just shatter. So there's a chance that I could write one of these and then it just explodes in the drive. So I don't think I want to use those, but that's unfortunate because those are like the only ones I've got. I really don't have a lot of double density 3.5s. I do almost wonder if they're more common in Europe since the Amiga actually had a foothold there. Put some more new screws in. Are these M3? They might be, actually. I'm not against that. Hold on, someone tightened this too much before they aligned all the other bolts. Oh, no, it just doesn't want to align well. All M3? It is seeming that way. I'm just 3D print some new save icons. I could just take some high densities and recase the media. It's not foolproof, but it might be worth it. A lot of job lots have double density discs. They're used, they're a bit of a risk. Almost all of my used double density discs are super bad. I don't know if it's because they just happen to have been bad from overuse or something. I don't know. So it makes me a little apprehensive about trying to just buy more used ones. All right. I don't know if this is going to be a great fit here because I don't think these are magnetic. No. So they will be very, very hard to get. You know what? We're not even going to entertain trying to use those in there. It's not going to work. I would have to put them in while holding it upside down, and it's just going to be a nightmare. However, I will put screws in to hold the chassis in finally. We'll put the bolts into the sides so the top stops just popping off. By the way, the skewer screws here are also meant to go into the floppy drive unit right there. This is the same backplane that goes out to the back also. It's such a weird computer. The Genlock is just a board that connects to the backplane. It goes in this frame internally sitting on top of the other stuff, but it's still just a backplane card plugged into the backplane. It's crazy. This machine is so like simple and so complicated and so weird. Okay, so let's, for the first time ever, actually screw the floppy drive in after I get the back on correctly. There we go. The entire computer's in the keyboard portion? Yes. So this, and then this bottom module, that is the computer itself. If you did not get the Genlock G variant, and you did not get floppy drives, you actually just got a really thin little plastic cap that you could just put on there, and then you would have the ROM basic that you could boot from. I don't know if this is long enough. It is, just sheet metal. Didn't know I liked the PS2 more. I like this way more than the PS2. Way more. Not even close. Okay, kinda sucks to get this to align. There we go. It's way more interesting than the PS2? Yeah, it definitely is. Guess I have to pick a grease weasel for those floppies. Hey, Wolf, I don't know if you were here a second ago. I will also volunteer to image the floppies and scan the manuals. Because I own a very nice, brand new, very safe document feed scanner that could work with those binder manuals very well, very fast. So I'll offer to do all of it if you want. Yes, and ship it back. I'm only just talking about getting it imaged and archived. That way it's done. Because no one has done it yet, as far as I can tell. Look at the mains power plug. They're in Europe. That does complicate it. Oh, that complicates it a lot more. Potentially. Well, I have the video titler part, and maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all of the magic is in there, and PAL versus NTSC doesn't matter. Yeah, Desiac. No, not shipping. PAL versus NTSC. That is the major concern. Just straight up two incompatible video standards. I don't know that it'll matter for the software that is missing, since we have the NTSC video titler software. It may also not matter if all of the video magic is in that module back there. I rate this as sucks using these bolts for this. But hey, it'll be nice to not have it flop apart as much, asterisk. It's held together with skewers. Option setup menu, do you have PAL option so it's switchable? I don't. Yes. Yes, there was. They were very nerdy about it, but they called it 525 versus 625. So I guess in theory it doesn't matter because I'm not connecting it to CRTs. I'm connecting it to the retro tank. So I guess PAL versus NTSC doesn't really exist for me for this. Oh, hey, Mark Malley. Yes. PAL versus NTSC is specific. Okay. So if I change the video mode and setup, do you happen to know if that would make it work then? Layout of the back, US, sort of. Have you not seen this, Go Gadget? Because it's weirder than you may think, okay? There are two screws here. You loosen these screws. You don't remove them. You just loosen them. And then there are skewers that go through the machine, all right? These skewers hold modules in place. And then the modules pop up out of the back plane, which is actually just an IDC ribbon cable running back there. I could, in theory, actually just remove this one. Maybe I should, because this is the battery module that someone gutted, which I'm okay with. I would have gutted the battery module, but I don't need it, so I guess I can. Oh, there are probably bolts on the bottom that I gotta loosen for this. You know what, screw it. Let's just leave it in there. But yeah, this thing, it's amazing and hilarious. I love it. Worst case, ship it would be complicated. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Just keep it in mind. The offer will stand indefinitely. Okay. Ooh. That's feeling good now. I'm excited. I'm just really, really jazzed here. This is so cool. Okay, let's power it up. Make sure the video capture stuff's all hunky-dory. Let me run the pattern generator just for now to make sure that it's all good, and then we'll try the camera. Okay, video. Boop. Now, this was actually one of my tests for how I changed the audio stuff today. I wanted to make sure you guys could still hear the beep of the pattern generator. So I know you will be able to hear. You won't be able to see it though, because the camera's an idiot. Okay. Well, that's weird. I should be seeing it. Oh, because it's probably... No? Well, let's try turning on power. Well, that's... It's being weird. Hold on. Why are you like this? Profiles, ROM file. Computer, SMC-70, there we go. Oh, now the other one's happy. Oh, I wonder if that enables some kind of Terminator thing. Okay. You forget Terminators? We are currently not using them. So, possibly also Helen Croft, looking at the mains power plug. Maybe, yeah. Okay. So, you think about all the fancy autofocus tech these days, camera can focus on the scene. So, this camera in particular does not have continuous autofocus, and it does not have image stabilization by design. So, it helps make it really cheap. It's just part of how they put it together. So, all right. Very much feeling air come out. That's nice. Finished your video for a few days ago. I think part of the issue you were running into is your video is your gen locker is on. Oh, yes. So it turned out that the RetroTink 4Ks that I'm using, so because it's technically a VGA input that I'm going into, it has, and probably the same thing on the Extron that we were looking at, it has a 2K pull-up for the sync pulse. So I had to... when I had set it to RGBS mode, it wasn't working because the termination wasn't high enough. So what I ended up doing is I'm using, oh, what sync mode is it? Hold on, I can show you. I don't know if you have one of these or deal with this, but I am using the CVBS on H-Sync mode now, or maybe I'm not, I don't know. Anyway, I have the switch for the black and white video going out through the sync signal instead, because the impedance of that better matches what the RetroTink does. So if I flip the switch over to standard sync mode, it will fail again and it will do the thing like it was doing before. So it's just a pure impedance thing with the sync signals. So that's the issue. So, with very cheap being a relative term, I don't remember. Oh, the Black Magic? It's $1,000 for the body for the camera. I will grant it's a relative term, but I believe still for what you get, there is no better value on the market for a camera than that. Genuinely. I really think that it is the best bang for the buck video camera you can get. And unfortunately, most of the Panasonic Lumix photography cameras are actually just video cameras. I know because I've been looking for a better photography camera. trying to find one that would maybe not have as dumb of a driver for Linux. But they're all just video cameras, so the sensors are not as well suited for photography stuff. So anyway, all right, well, this is working. So let's try and hook up the camera, which means it's time to test some stuff with the camera. So let's get that back out. All right, so the first thing I want to check is whether or not the DC port and the barrel jack are directly connected. Is that a tube camera? Yes, this is a Panasonic WV6000 Nuvicon camera. Okay. Negative center, keep that in mind. Okay. Ooh, not directly connected. That sucks. Okay. Here's what I think we do. I think we try to figure out what the voltage is of the battery, because it says it right on the back of it, I believe. And then we can see about that. It's probably a 12-volt battery. I will fully admit to that, but when you get one of these, you can take that risk without looking it up first. I'm going to look it up.
Says I need to physically restrain myself from going on an epic hunt for some early 80s home video stuff. Note that I hope you're happy. CHEER 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. Dude, I love this camera so much. Oh my gosh. Okay. Panasonic WV6000. I just need to find one photo of the back that still has the battery attached. So there's no battery on this one. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of money for one of those. Holy moly. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Okay. Bye. It's got a tally light and everything. Oh my gosh, look. Oh, it is so cool. Does this one have the battery? Oh, just show me a battery. Free me from the temptation. Interesting. Okay, 5-volt or 12-volt, 5 amp. That's the wrong polarity. I don't know what they're doing with that. It's time to become a camera collector. I only will collect that camera. That is it. Wait, that's the original DC power supply. That's cool. It slaps onto the back. It's not the same person, is it? No. Well, those, the two different cameras are. Chad is very responsible with money. All right. And Chloe, I know you use that in a studio setup. Again, why I don't really think this is a consumer camera. You know what? Let's just try this really quick. Books. Let's see. 87, 87, 90, 88. Stupid snippet views. Let's try a full-size view. If you can afford off RT, 2 RT4. I don't think this is it. Info World. User manual? Oh well. I'm one of them dirty Linux users. You can't let them in. Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Full view. Okay, it just says, nah, we're not going to do that. Okay, let's go back to images. Just want to find one with a battery on it still. I mean, is that the paper, is that the operating instructions? Because I have the literal paper copy of that. And it's almost like there's not a lot of examples of this left out there. Internet Archive text search? No, I specifically want images. The manual doesn't say it. The manual just shows a picture. At least I don't think it says it. I didn't get that. I didn't get all the way through it. Let's keep going on. Yeah, this is what I should be looking at. Exhibit single tube camera. Having capabilities. For a wide variety of professional applications. See? Yeah. I don't think this is a consumer camera. I really don't. 85? Okay. So 2 years after the SMC-70. That feels appropriate. I think you'd be more likely to replace your camera than you would be your idler. Oh, there's like nothing there. Did we look at completed? Has no one bought anything for this? Oh, someone bought. That's the battery eliminator again. Another battery eliminator. Another battery eliminator. Wow, I think people may not like batteries. Dude. Oh, well, no wonder no one bought this. Jeez. This is what I was talking about with the camcorder ones meant to use at home, although this has the VTR connector still. This is a home camera. But this is way newer, but it's the same style. Way newer. Been through Discord? All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, let's see. Do they show the battery? Okay. Well. That's a UPS battery. Is that 12 volt? Bro, I mean, come on. Do better. Win that auction? Yeah, it's in the office. I got it. Don't worry. Slapping SLA? Yeah, so UPS SLA, because that's what that was, right? It's 12 volt. Okay, it's looking like 12 volt might be acceptable. Hold on now. The same seller as camera 1 and camera 2. I don't know about you guys. I would charge more for camera 1. I don't know why they're not. No, a camera 1 and actually a camera 3 would kind of make sense. So you got camera 1 host, camera 2 guest, camera 3 wide. It sucks it's really far away and that it's a CRT. And that I want it really badly. It is such a stupid purchase. Is it? No, that's far, man. I ain't driving that far for that thing. It's going to sound ridiculous. I actually do want the original battery eliminator as well. Find really far away. Virginia. Umbilical cable. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Oh, I want to be so bad. I want to be so bad. I will forget about this in a week, though, if I don't buy it, and then I will live a full life, and I will be totally fine. Heard you complain about 10 miles away. Older. Ever dished my van for the lulz? No. I'm not mounting a air dam to the van. No. One of the reasons that a van is good is that it's like reasonably gas efficient. Man, it comes out to like $150 to get those two things. Oh wait, hold on. There's a random, random DOS game in there too. Okay, so it's $120. That's a tough sell. I will consider it. They're in my eBay shopping cart. I will think about it. They list it as untested, taken out of service, working. I have no way to test it, selling unverified. That's very fair. It has a really weird port on it. I want to point out eBay is very stupid. It shows as in one other cart. It's in my cart. That's it. That's the only cart. Oops, someone clicked the checkout button. Oh well. All right. We'll get back to that. I mean, maybe not today. I don't know. I'm closing the window. I'm walking away. 12 volts, negative center. You're not kidding about the scaremongers, Philip. They've been getting really bad about that. Okay, let me explain the really dumb reason why I want the battery eliminator. Because, so, on the back of the camera, okay, we have the two video outputs for actual video and out of focus camera that is idiotic and stupid. We have video, gen lock, VTR umbilical, DC power, but DC power is a 4-pin DIN, and then we have a 5.5 millimeter battery connector that is negative center. But watch this. All right, here's why I'm considering the battery eliminator official over others. The mount point is right here. It is as far forward on the body as possible. This is really, actually, I might be wrong. I might not want the battery eliminator. I might have this backwards. I thought the glass was heavier than the body. I think I'm wrong. Oh, yeah, no, that's going back the other direction. Okay, I don't want the battery eliminator. Disregard. I'm taking that off because I think we're going to be able to use actual BNC here. Okay. Let's continue setting up the video camera. So we need the viewfinder. This may throw off the weight distribution. So the viewfinder, there's a little divot here that the cable goes in, and then the cable wraps around and plugs in right there. Then there is this spring-loaded threaded rod, also known as a screw, that you put in. Then you're probably meant to tighten it with your keys. All right, and then you know what this is? That's where you put your cigar while you're not, no. Up here is the microphone. Brand new windsock. Microphone plugs in right there. And then if you're shooting in the dark, you've got the light. Now it's getting a little front heavy. Actually, the light kind of better balances it. And I can't get it off. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the light on. It's too much, it's more weight than I should have, but like it actually helps. So this has a 12 volt, 1000 milliamp hour battery that, oh, that's definitely something I can easily replace. Yep, totally. Oh, that's kind of smart. It just has a barrel jack built in to charge it. I don't even need a weird charger. Not that it will ever work again, and probably isn't bad. Also, I think that's a halogen in there, like would be in a projector. Okay, you want to see the other fun thing about the viewfinder here? Here, let me make this This is why this is the not good VS3. It extends in and out. Has it leaked yet? I couldn't easily tell. Okay. Ugh. Better. Not my favorite, but better. Okay. This is a 5.5 millimeter polarity inverter. Oh, it's giant center. Might actually be bigger than 5.5 millimeter. Ruh-roh. I might have another option. It's missing. This one feels heavier. The output is just composite plus Genlock through the BNCs, yes. Okay, so this is another polarity inverter. Also doesn't fit. So maybe there. Two. Polarity inverter. To, did I put it away? I had a big boy 12-volt power supply out here already. I might have put it away. Okay. Here is my thought process. Oh, it's over here. How much power do you guys think this takes? I don't know. Do we think 2 amps is enough? Because you do not have the original battery? I do not. Which I'm okay with. Because I don't really want the original battery. Okay. We're going 12 volt. 12 volt. This is 1.5 amps, not 2 amps. All right. I'm going to go find a slightly beefier one. Kind of want the one from the Black Magic. You know what? I'm going to do that. Hold on. I'm going to stop recording on the ATEM, and then I'm going to swap the Black Magic over to this power supply, because that one's got like a 5 amp power supply or something crazy like that on it. So, one moment. And we're back. Okay. I'm just getting this unhooked. Okay. Yes, this is a 12 volt, 5 amp power supply. Definitely not going to underpower this. Also known to work and be good because it was just running the camera over there. Starting recording again. Okay. No inbuilt VTR, so the hungriest parts be the 4 heaters. So it's a single tube, but there might be more going on. I'm not sure. All right. I want one more time confirm that I have the polarity correct on everything because I really like this camera. And now I know it would cost me $300 to replace it at minimum. You know, also a good idea is making sure that it still works before I buy that monitor. Okay. Beep, beep. Okay. So outer should be ground now. Yep. Inner should not be ground. Correct. All right. And then power supply should be 12 volts. And that it should be positive center. Center. And boop. Confirmed. Okay. Off. Here we go. There's not going to be anything to really see. So I'll kind of point the viewfinder at you, which is going to be pointed at a black television, so it's still not really going to see anything. But here we go. I don't like that it did nothing at all. Power light didn't turn on. Okay, I'm not happy. Okay. Quasar time it is. So, this is portable VTR. It takes portable battery eliminator that is 12 volts. You just go boop, ba-doop. You plug it in. And then it's doing the ooze too. I don't like electronics anymore. I preferred it when my devices didn't ooze green stuff. I'm sure it's fine. We won't worry about it. There's nothing wrong going on in the power supply at all, I'm sure. Okay, here we go. Plug it in power. Whee! On. Hey, it's alive. You can't see. There it is. Power-ish. Okay. So now, on the other side, we've got 12, 10 pin maybe video connector. And I believe that is the same as this one. Yes. So this one plugs in over here. Boop.
Oraku says CHER.
This one.
At least it's green ooze. It could be worse and be a toaster with pink ooze. End of line.
This one plugs in here. Boop. Okay. This cable makes me sad. It's so oiled. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits as well. All right, and now does LED turn on? Yes, okay. And it's coming online. Look at it. There we go. It's working. Look, you can see my hand. It's crazy. Whoa, how else could you possibly see my hand? Wild. Oh, I forgot. It's fancy. It's got peaking indicators and everything. Oh, man, it's so good. Okay. Now we'll use these for the video output and use that for power. Hold on. Freeing my long BNC cable. Okay. All right. Video in to the SMC-70 will now be camera. We're gonna skip the gen lock for now because I don't think we actually need it. All right. Video out. Boop. Computer on. Boop. Display. Okay. So I'm gonna put this disk in drive A as soon as it stops trying to access it. Open up VT. Why did we switch to C? Please eject diskettes into drive A and 2 into drive B after disks have been pre-installed. Type VT. Is there an auto start, Ben? Weird. Hold on, I'm just rebooting. Oh my gosh, this thing is awesome. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Ah! Okay, hold on. VT. C is for the non-existent hard disk. Nope, C is for the cache drive. It's an SSD built into the computer, and I am dead serious about that. Okay. We're gonna run sample. We're gonna go to the left one. And I'm gonna make you go through this the hard way. Super. Well, actually, I think we're all there, so boom. Oh my gosh, look at it. It's so good. Why is it all purple? I don't want it to be purple. Why is your color screwy? Oh, look at that. See that persistence? Oh my gosh, it's so good. Focus is messed up. Hold on, let me actually focus it here. There is a white balance setting. Okay, that might be focused. I'm not sure. I've got an aperture ring. Well, it looks a lot better when I can get the aperture down. It might be way out of focus. Well, and there's like a weird macro setting, but I think I have to be in a specific zoom. Look at this motor zoom, by the way. Isn't that just the greatest thing you've ever seen? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Gosh, I love this camera. Yeah, HP right there. Like, it's glorious. Boom. Reading the model off of it. Look at that thing. Okay, now there is a white balance setting. I don't know how it works. Auto gain control. Gain. We'll do a 0 dB gain. I can also set auto gain control. Okay. I think we have different white balance settings that we can set if we put a white balance target in front of it. So if I do this, and then set, what does that do? Ooh, that's curious. Oh my gosh. That's actually a lot better. That's actually pretty good. Oh, it's so heavy. Oh my gosh. You just found out why it was sold? I don't think we're there yet. Dude, look at that thing. Oh, I love this camera. Hold on. Let me bring that up here. Let me bring a better color target up. That's bad. Hold on. One moment. I broke a thing.
SMC-70G 100 now. Imagine this on your shoulder. You need the VTR to balance your body out. End of line.
Yes, exactly. We have lots of different lighting going on in here. So I don't really fault it for screwing up the auto gain or the auto white balance. I want to give it a bigger, wider target in the middle of the good lighting. See what it does with there. I'm also going to adjust the gain. I'm going to turn off auto gain. Make sure that it's not doing plus anything. Aperture down. Have it set gain there. Yeah, I'm not doing anything with this right now as far as adjusting anything. It is possible, like you guys are saying, it'll get better as it warms up because it is tube based. There we go. But also keep in mind, this is not a like ultra fancy camera. It's a medium grade professional camera, I would say. Really, I think that looks pretty darn good. Dude, that's so awesome looking. Oh my gosh. Also consider this is composite video. Like, this is not, this is, the color fringing is a problem. Yeah. I will admit. That's an issue. Oh my gosh, it's so good though. Oh. You know, I wonder if I put that on, that might be why that's white actually, to set the white balance with this. Oh, I love this thing. Okay, so some other stuff. Oh, there are whittleables on the back for color. Hold on. If I set this and this to max, and then do this, what does that look like? Interesting. I'm going to set these to midpoint. Set. I've got red and blue gain. So I can make it a little more yellow. Does it have degaussing? That's exactly why it's white. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, you can get that sucker real green. And it will try to adjust for it. Then I can put it back and it's like, oh gosh, look at that purple. I kind of love this thing. Might have said that a few times though. You know, it's possible that this is something dirty on the lens over here, or not on the, well, maybe on the lens. I didn't actually look at the lens. The lens is, I would call okay clean. I don't want to touch it. We'll leave it as is. Now, there's an interesting thing that this camera can do. I don't remember exactly how you do it. I'm going to try full wide. And then, yes, that's what I thought. Check this out. Oh, you can definitely see the dirty spots on the lens now, though. Okay, that's bad Velbon stuff happening. One of the legs is not as tight as it could be. So this does macro. If I took it off, it could get even closer. Like, look how close that is. It'll click. Oh, whoa. Macro does not work how I thought it did. Dude, what? That's crazy. It's way better at macro than I thought. Macro only in wide angle? I would call that somewhat macro there. That's pretty good. Now, I will say that is a green. Oh, no, that's green. That looks right. Dude, come on. Like, look at, is this not the most, like, correct Computer Chronicles looking? I mean, I wish it wasn't so funky color. Honestly, that looks better than VHS for, like, most copies of television programs. Like, just thinking about what you could see there, that looks kind of shockingly good. Eliminate some color fringing. I'm just gonna feel like I'm gonna eliminate all the color. I hope the color does get better. Is it? Let's make a custom color filter. Yeah. There's a fade button. Let's see. Fade. 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 Never mind. It doesn't want to fade. We got color bars. What's up? We got standby, which, it doesn't like standby. Wow, it turns off the tube. It has to warm back up. Interesting. Huh. The camera was recent. We need a VTR size of 3 refrigerators recorded. I have it connected to a VTR right now. Push, hold. I was trying to push. It's not doing anything. The fade may not be so happy. Now, I think there's another panel on the side here. I think it can actually control the VTR, which is kind of weird. Making some smells, but it kind of also always just makes smells because it the packaging that it's in is kind of crazy. There's a bunch of buttons on the side. I think they only work through the VTR. So since we're getting direct feed, it doesn't matter. I don't know what that does. Can't tell. So one thing on the viewfinder, it is constantly flashing F backup. I don't know what that means. If the power is out, if it doesn't detect a tape, what? Trying to figure out how to unmacro now. Not tremendously intuitive. There we go, I unmacroed. Maybe it's the focal range? No, it's something to do with, there's a button on the zoom ring for it somehow. Anyway. This thing's awesome. Okay. So. Oh, it's still doing macro something. Woo-haw, tripod, you're making me cranky. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the purple is getting better, although it's also getting greener, so who knows? So I'm having a minor little weirdness that it doesn't seem to want to focus there. Like, I can't get it to focus on the black magic. Can't wait to see the final product video. I'm not sure exactly what our goal is here, but we're kind of having fun. Okay, so if I zoom in, yeah, we can get it to see black magic. Boom. How is that for freakiness? Look at the modern camera with the old-fashioned one. I also love how this is like the best you guys have ever been able to see that camera from this distance. But from here, I can't seem to get it to have the, oh, you can really see the persistence of vision that I was talking about there. It's a very unique effect to CRT cameras. Oh yeah, OLN for sure. That for sure, yeah. Maybe it just doesn't want to focus at, no. Trying to understand what it's doing with the focus here, because it's really messing with me. Persistence is the best thing about these cameras. Yeah, I love the persistence. Like the focus is completely useless at wide zoom. And that's full travel. Macro jack up to focus. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I think I'm out of macro though. It's kind of confusing the way that it works. So that's here. Let me flip this around. But the problem is, in order for you to see what the lens is doing, then you can't see, then I can't get it to shoot far away. So let me try this. So I pop off the mic. We aren't even remotely utilizing because it's not even plugged in. It's slightly better color, I guess, on this camera. Just a little bit. That didn't help at all. So this is focus, all right? This is zoom. When I adjust this, you can see it moves, all right? You can also see on here it says macro, and then there's this. This has a button on the back that acts as a latch. So when I go this way, it stops there unless I press the button, and then it will keep going. And that's macro mode, is farther over. So then I would just click past the button, it can't go back. And then even further back, there is aperture. So we're out of macro mode right now, but it's still, no matter how much travel I give it on the focus, it doesn't seem to want to focus on the distance that I would say is reporter standing there talking to the camera, which is kind of weird. That doesn't make sense to me. So the Hydro Thunder chair is what I would consider like correct talking to the camera distance. I mean, I'd say that as I'm literally standing here talking to the camera from that distance. So like, yeah, that's correct, talking to the camera distance. So Microsoft maybe badly adjusts partially macro won't focus. Maybe back focus is out. Ugh. So there is, that's just how you remove the lens. I don't think there's a back focus adjustment. I think the lens just goes on there. Unless I get it tighter this time than it was last time or something. Over egress Panasonic tube camera. I don't think so. This is a little more out of my wheelhouse. And it's very much like a lens issue. That's the thing. It's not going to be an electronics problem. That looks better, but it's not focusing. That's the thing. We are not in macro range. If I zoom in, then we can get it to focus. Like up to ridiculously close. Like that's just crazy. Which does make me think maybe it's not working right. The Hydro Thunder looks pretty good with the color. If I could get it to focus, you know, then we could. I mean, if I zoom in over there, then it'll focus. Just so we see something with color, so you can know that it is actually showing color. Yeah, like that looks pretty darn good right there. So maybe it just doesn't like all the gray color. Wow, my hand just looks green. That just doesn't seem right. How is that so good? And then that is like, doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe what if the green film is dying, or the green phosphor? Wouldn't white be magenta? Unless white is magenta, and that's why everything else is skewed green.
Mine says CHEER 100T dot patch color is just cosmic radiation on the sensor dot. End of line.
My school gift. Schmide, thank you for the 100 bits. You know what? Actually, there is a problem with that Hydro Thunder thing. The top and bottom swirls, the one that crosses Thunder and the one above the Y going over to the R, those are supposed to be teal. I think green isn't working. Or green is weak. What happens if I lower the gain on the other two and then have it try and white balance? Did that make it better? What if I crank the other two, then white balance? Well, there's definitely green, but we're seeing a lot of green, so I don't think that's the issue. Weird. And no, I don't have a source of natural light. I would have to take it outside, which we're not doing. And no, I don't think there would be a focus modifier ring of any kind. Oh. Hello. These are probably ND filters, but I didn't notice these until just now. I'm going to turn on auto gain control. Let it figure this out. But there's a filter wheel in here. Whoa! I think it's white balance. Hold on. Filter. 3 is 5600K. 2 is, wait. 1, which is what we were on, is 3200K. So it's blue. 2 is 5600K plus a 12% ND filter because bright outside. And then 3 is 5600K no ND filter. And then 4 is closed. So we want filter 3. Hold on a moment. So it looks about the same. That really doesn't look all that whole different. What does this look like over here? That's the wrong adjuster. Hold on. I'm about to send it flying. Oh, I think the teal looks better. Well, the teal looks way better now. It doesn't look exactly green, but that's better. Okay, I think that helped a lot. Tube is worn, place the cap. You'll see the section in the top right. That's correct. I mean, I know it's worn. Point light at it. This is kind of the thing, is that we don't really have like one light in here. So that's pointed at one of my filming lights. Set. None of that's going to help the lens, though, which is really screwing with me. Green magenta shifts, the beam timing and the tube being off. That doesn't sound fun. As in bad caps. Point light would give strong light trails? Yes. This is why tube cameras are fun. Let me keep poking around. Well, there is a tally light. It's currently on. I don't think it's working. I guess what else do it. Plug it into the plasma and point the camera at the TV. It's not really going to be as fun as you'd think. We can just do that here. Although it doesn't help that it's reflecting the light directly above it. There you go. Whoa. Huh. Well, I kind of wish that would focus at, Vidator height, but better. No, it's this camera. This is the one I've got. I am not starting a collection of these. It's just not even like a joke thing. It's just, I am not. It is a whole other nightmare to start sinking money into that does not make sense to do. I was going to grab the manual and show you what horrors are inside of this thing and why I don't really want to open it. Yes, computer, I know, beep. So, inside of the camera, there are a whack ton. Oh, now it won't focus on something close. Cool, thanks. There are a whack ton of things to twiddle. So they kind of walk you through some of the stuff. There's switches to adjust. Subcarrier phase horse switch for gen lock. Wait, what? How do I get to this? Hold on. There is like a sneaky back panel over here. Hold on. We've got stuff. Too bright, close the aperture. Yeah. Hold on, though. I want to point it at, I'm just going to set up the white box again. Maybe just this. So over next to the video port, there are a bunch of pots. That you can almost read what they do. Subcarrier phase of camera signal is adjusted in 360 steps with these switches below for matching phase lock. Horizontal phase of the camera is adjusted to match the signal. So H phase, this one, maybe? I think that's only the output signal. What other signals are there? What's under the flap? A AA battery, maybe? Ooh, that's kind of horrifying. Hold on. There better not be. Ah! Oh my gosh, it's such a pretty Radio Shack, though. Good old Radio Shack would never let you down. Look at that thing. Dude, what? No kidding, Miracle Seal. Look at it. That is, oh my gosh, that battery is fantastic. Look at that thing. What? Miracle Seal, no doubt. It's flawless. Okay. I'm gonna adjust H phase. I want to see what it does. That's the voltage. .3 volts DC. It's not without sin though. While it may have leaked or not leaked, it is expanding. So, yeah. Tripod is making popping sounds. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wish I had one that wasn't dying. What's the function of the bat? I don't know. Okay. I'm going to mess with H phase. I'm going to take a photo of where it is right now. I don't know if it, I think it said it has a 360-degree rotation. So I can be 180 degrees wrong, theoretically. Okay. So let's see what happens when I mess with H phase. Absolutely nothing. Okay. Subphase 1 to 2. Nope. Subphase 3 to 4. Nope. Pedestal.
MXFUNI 100. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Phantom line.
Yeah, it doesn't adjust it all phase like though. So this is the black balance. Although, you know, I wonder. Also, I'm a cat. Thank you for 100 bits if I didn't say it. Wonder if the pedestal could be totally wrong. That's part of why it's so off. So that's black-white balance. The three, hold on. These three here, those are for black-white balance. It changed color because I changed these. That would definitely change color. I didn't change whatever fine is, so we could try that, but I don't think it's going to do anything. I'm trying to look for color uniformity. No, that's not doing anything. Yeah, so this will mess with stuff, but we don't want to mess with that. Trying to look and see if the operating manual has anything about internal thoughts. Because without a service manual, I'm not going in there and touching stuff. Also, I probably just shouldn't touch anything anyway. Like, ain't nothing good gonna come of that. Hold on, there's a bunch of words here talking about white balance and the color bars and stuff. Probably a whole 3-step setup calibration you have to go through. Probably. Degauss it using electromagnet? I don't think so. Uniformity is done inside on the PCB. Like, what does this look like? That looks fantastic. Yeah, so I don't think we should be touching the output stuff. That's just correct. That looks like poo. Read the message, didn't respond. Boo. Okay, so Genlock EFP RCU Studio application. Make all the required terminations. Genlock termination switch VTU. Set the cable length compensation switch. Set the color bar switch 80 to the bar position. Observe the Genlock video signals. I want to make sure that the Genlock and the video are in sync. Observe the program color monitor output, the production system. Set it to the camera position. Find the proper color temperature filter in the wheel. 15. Set the AGC switch 87 to the on position. Set the iris ring 67 to the auto iris power servo control. What? And then had the audacity to list more laser discs. Hold on, we need to figure out what this auto iris thing is. So the aperture has I think there's an auto gain aperture setting. Huh. So if I auto gain off, okay, point it at white. Dude, it's auto doing the aperture. What? That's crazy. Look at the lights in particular. So that's super bright. Put it over there, and you can start to see the yellow stripe. That's crazy. Adjusting for brightness, I know, but it has auto aperture and auto gain. So there's the electronic version and the mechanical version. I didn't know I had auto aperture. That's awesome. Set the white balance to AW. Oh, that is a thing. There's two white balance switches. Both of these can be set individually, I think. Aim the camera at the white balance chart or a white object such as paper white wall. If the white object cannot be found, aim the camera at a white-ish object. And cap the lens with white cap. When the iris must be set to manual iris control, switch 10. Press the set white button momentarily to activate the white balance setting. The white balance is set automatically within approximately 2 seconds. White graphics display blinking indication the white setting. Oh, it should show something on the viewfinder here. It's too busy telling me back up. One thing I can control, cannot change the shutter speed. Well, yeah, but it also has a gain setting here that I can choose. So this is auto gain off. This is neutral. This is plus 6 decibel gain. That's how they phrase it. And then plus 12 decibel gain. But then it's also adjusting the aperture in the background. So there is a post-processing gain as well. Caution for fade operation. I wonder if it needs to have the aperture control for fade. No, fade just doesn't seem to work. Or I'm misunderstanding it. Or maybe fade only works in some circumstances. Hold on, there's like a page that describes all of the specs, and I'm wondering if maybe that'll tell me what the battery input is, because that would be cool. Look at numbers. Sorry. The first off, the focus is really trying to kill, is like really bugging me. Horizontal phase for Genlock. Video output, 1 volt peak to peak NTSC, 75 ohm BNC connector, and through the VTR. Illumination required 140 foot candles or 1400 lux at f4. Minimum required 2 foot candles. That seems crazy. Horizontal resolution at center, 420 lines. Lens mount, special mount. No other lens for you. Battery pack, operating time 2 hours with a bigger battery. Power consumption, camera head, 1 amp essentially. With the viewfinder, it adds like nothing. With bigger viewfinder, it also adds like nothing. Ambient operating temperature is, I literally could not use it outside today. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, nope, I would be allowed to use it outside. Oh my gosh. We could go outside for like 3 minutes. Holy moly. Look at that. 103 temp. Operating range is 104. What do you know? We could go out. Man, this thing sucks at this. We could go outside. Yeah, it's good up to 104 degrees, and it's 103. we could not use it outside. We're focusing way more on this camera than I thought today, I will say. Yeah, that's a shame they don't have prices in here. Oh well. Camera head weight, 5.1 pounds. With this and this, 12 pounds. All right. 104. It's metric. I mean, yeah, it's metric. Let's see. What is that in Celsius? 40. Sunlight could maybe fix a purity issue. There is a chance that brighter lights would yield a better image. That higher signal to noise ratio would work out better. Whoa, does that look very different color-wise to you? That could be a good thing. It could be it warming up. Well, I'm going to try white balance one more time. Put the lens cap back on. Wanting to see the uniformity. The uniformity seems pretty consistently inconsistent. Yeah, I think it's about the same. That's a shame. Also a shame that it won't focus so close. I really, really don't understand that. Should it really be able to focus that close? There might be something not quite right. That doesn't seem right. The manual says it's able to focus within 2 inches. That's like 2 centimeters.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. Did you just boop chat? End of line.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. You send me as closer to 2 inches. I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't have enough detail to reconstruct my fingerprints. I film my fingers in 4K on a table all the time. If you wanted my fingerprints, you could get them. Thinking focus adjust ring, ND filter ring. That's just focus as a byproduct. No, so the ND filter, this is built in behind the camera mount. So it's part of the body. So make sim, you could be right, but I don't know how on earth I would adjust back focus. And I don't know how it would have been knocked so far out of whack unless it was just straight up dropped. In which case, I could be looking at more issues. Next setup, pirate analog TV. Oh, pirate, yeah, pirate TV means you broadcasting on your own. Yeah, I do have a blonder tongue over there, but it's weak. Yeah, I don't know. It's like not being able to focus here really sucks. Hmm. Did it get better as I pulled the lens away, or does the sensor need to get closer to the lens? Let's test this one more time. The sensor needs to get closer to the lens. Ugh. Hmm. Dial macro slightly toward macro? No. As that goes farther. I think macro, it acts like it's adjusting zoom, but it actually adjusts some kind of internal focus. You know, would it automatically adjust focus for a particular point as it moves through? So like if I focused here, should that stay in focus as it zooms? Because focus is shifting farther back. I don't know. Lens distortion though? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, here? McToasty, it's not a switch. It's just part of the ring. So this is not macro. Zoom out, it stops. Then I just hold a switch, and now it will go into macro there. That's how it works. It would stay focused on that spot. I want to go back to the manual. One more thing I want to know. There's a button on the lens labeled RET. Hold on, there's a manual zoom mode. That does not, oh, it definitely engages a different mechanism when you go into the macro thing. That is way looser than that. Interesting. Anyway, I want to know what RET is on the lens. 61. Return video button. When the auxiliary signal, such as affected signal from special effects generator, is supplied to the auxiliary connector or the remote control unit, the signal is displayed in the viewfinder while this button is being pressed. That's weird. So if I press this, nothing happens because it shouldn't. Okay. Well, that doesn't help. Ah. All right, well, I give up. It's unfortunately, I was kind of hoping to film an intro for the SMC-70 video with it, with me on camera, but all of the focal ranges that would make sense to have a person in, it can't actually focus on. So I think it's toast. In a way. In a very sad, stupid way. Yeah, that part super sucks, Digital Ice Age. That is really, really bad. Talking head for the win. Yeah, I was gonna try and do that. I had this whole idea in my head. Like, I was gonna... I'm not gonna say it because I don't want you guys to feel like you need to pressure me into trying to do it some other way. But I had an idea. It's too extreme close-up? Nah, I think I'm good. So this is what it would have to be. And then it's gonna be all funky colors. I'm gonna look like a drowning victim. So, no, can't put a different lens on it. It's unique mount basically for this lens. So, all right. Well, it's really disappointing. We know it's not the SMC-70 because that's perfect. It was also perfect with all of the other stuff. It can be fixed. Yeah, you say that, but this is into that realm where it's a lot trickier. I don't know. I will think about it. Oh, it's not just a blue tint. There's a lot going on here. All right, well, now what? Because the whole plan was kind of to try and do video over this today. Yeah, I still can, but... No, I don't have any other cameras. I'm just going to phrase it that way. I don't. I do, but I don't. Not that are going to be available for this video. Yeah, we can go back to the CPM side, I guess. This is part when I did this video, or this restoration over a year. I'm going to stop recording because I don't know what I can do with this. Desiac, I really, really don't want to hear that anymore. I'm just going to be very direct. Like, I get enough people asking the same things over and over again all the time. I don't need it as a joke. Like, it stopped being even remotely funny to me like 3 years ago. I'm just gonna say it. All right. Like 5 years of that with the data generals, just to give you a frame of reference. I'm not going to store the camera like that, no. I just needed it out of the way. While we shift focus. Because there's a bunch to this. Tube gets worn out even from light, even with off. Anyway. I'm going to take it, I'm going to pull it all down now. Mostly because I don't trust this tripod. That was sharp. What even was that? Oh, one of them B&C things. Oh my gosh, that's a VTR thing disconnect.
Matt Janko Tech subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 49 months. And says blark blark blark. End of line.
Majenko, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 49 months. I appreciate that. Should be an absolute dark. All right. Oh my gosh. I'm guessing this. Yeah, there. Jeez. That's spooky. It's got to be dressed down now because the viewfinder's on it, the flash, the thing. So it's gonna be a moment here. And we're back to pattern generator, I guess. All right. That's the wrong way. That's why it felt so weird and flimsy. Okay. Let's see. Black screwdriver. Put it in my pockets? I feel like I did, but I don't see it. Where did it go? There it is. Oh my gosh. Dude, I don't like these VTR connectors. They are mean. Also, man, this cable with the... I'm not exactly sure what does this. Someone twisting the cable over and over again. Yeah, it has this side up on the case. I just didn't look at it. Okay. That can go there. Where does a viewfinder go? I'm guessing it went there, and I screwed this up. Also, by wrapping the cable around your hand. I could see that for environments this would be used in. Oh, maybe it was once a coiled cable. I'm sorry. Wet brain fried. Okay, so the viewfinder goes there, and then this. I'm not actually sure that this belongs in this setup. You know what? I don't think it does. It's mostly because it's rated for milliamp hours. That seems like a weird rating for something from this era. Okay. There we go. And this is where the battery eliminator would go if I had one. Oh, I can't get the giant studio CRT viewfinder. It wouldn't fit in the case. Duh. All right. Well, that answers that. And now instead of camera, we have pattern generator. Yay. World's longest BNC cable. Oh gosh. And there. Okay. You know what's weird? Previously, this output the video, is it because it's connected to the reference input? No. I swear it passed through the video when the computer was off before, but now it isn't. It's so weird. Because that's the composite display, and it's just not showing anything. I have no idea, Paul Guy, but in general, I will kind of universally say when people think old thing does weird thing that will definitely kill you, it won't do that. And that's just an old wives' tale. All right, get this put away. You know what really sucks about that camera being so useless is how much effort it took me to get it out of storage. It was very considerable effort.
Nesreal subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 50 months. And says the big 50. End of line.
Nesreal, thank you for the 50 months. Let me count them out here. 50, oh yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. CPM. I need discs. I don't think I want to try those max cells because they're just going to disintegrate. So I think we have one disc we need to try. Tommy, who helped with the MFM emulator by making the tool that could visualize the hard drive tracks, actually went ahead and beat me to making a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy disc, so we can just try that. So let me bring that up here and try writing that. I'm gonna have to do that on the other monitor. Hold on, because I did not have time to try and grab that before today. Oh, excuse me. Should have brought my coffee over here. Email, why are you gonna sign me out of everything all the time? I get kind of tired of it. Oh my gosh. All right. You know, I guess it doesn't matter. You guys can't say anything. Blah 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 blah, and then blah 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 blah. You know what the best security trick is for the people who are like, I'm gonna listen to your keyboard strokes while you're typing? You screw up typing your own password multiple times and have to use backspace and other things, and then they don't know what the actual password is because you have screwed it up so much that it's unintelligible even if you could. And so there we go. All right. Okay. Let's grab this. And there we go. You employ that technique often. It's a highly secured technique. Only the smartest people employ that technique. S70, itch, and go. And of course, it's not going to work. Why would it work? That would be convenient. No, it's got to change the serial port devices all the time.
100, that's not a security thing. That's my normal typing. End of line.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. Clicking around in the password also helps. Oh gosh, that or use Dvorak. Oh man, that would be horrible. All right. Yeah, the goal isn't really to actually play. Getting out of the bed is easy. It's getting out of the room. I'm not really trying to play. We're gonna run it, make sure it works. And then, because I gotta be honest, I'm really not feeling like trying it right now. I want to be in a better mood when I try playing that game for real. Listening to password a thing, it's something that viewers like to tell streamers is a real thing. It's one of those things where someone proved it in a lab under ideal circumstances with a keyboard that they spent months mapping, that kind of thing. But the idea is streamers would be more susceptible to it because you're more likely to be showing what you are typing as you type, which would allow more easily mapping your keys to sounds. And then if you're typing a password, you can try and match that. So that's the idea of what they're trying to scare tactic you with. Yeah, you know what else is a proven attack is using air-gapped system fan speeds with microphones in the other machines to try and send out the data. So, and 0 ohms, there we go. Wrote your disk. But yeah, so let's go ahead and try this. Actually, I'm curious because you most likely used the brain fart, one of the boot discs, that's it. It's probably bootable. That's not what I'm looking for. Brain connects the dots here, man. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to the multi-view. We're not going to be doing like video stuff with this, but it should work. So turn on computer. Ooh, it struggled to get the alignment peg on there. Let's see. Yep, it booted. I had a feeling. All right, why is that so pink? You know what? I don't want to know. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Poot. That's the kind of thing that people want to try and say. I don't know what Veza. Oh, that's probably. What is this? All right, hold on. Let me use this, and then I'm just gonna make this bigger. Right. This isn't the one that I put on the Terrace 80 model. Terrace 80. I mean, in theory, I could actually. Well, maybe not, because that's CPM 80. Anyway, the K Pro 4. Vez, I can type. Turn caps lock on. Banked CPM 2.2. Insufficient memory. Uh-oh. So, could it not be loading because this isn't a fancy pants one? I don't know how much RAM it's got. Apparently, not enough. It was made for many platforms. But I'm wondering, is this a more modern interpreter? $64K? I think it's $32K, isn't it? I don't remember. We'd need Ben for this one. I remember CPM machines like max out at a really low amount, and I can't remember if 2.2 is 32K and 3 is 64K or not. I think there's something weird that some systems do where they like bank switch stuff for like custom setups, but I don't remember. Copyright. Oh, I see 2021 there. Read. I'm not seeing 2025, but I definitely see 2021. 64. Okay. This is modern infocop. Okay. So let's try and set up the original one then and see what we can do with that. Because that'll probably run. hey, it worked as far as booting and being readable. All right, let's go back to the computer here. And this time I'm going to bring my coffee, and I'm going to turn off the computer again, because this might take a while. Okay, so did I make an SMC-70 folder? I think I might have done that in downloads. That's documents and downloads. SMC-70 disk, you know what? Close enough. Okay. Ugh. I'm gonna read this as flux. I don't necessarily need to, but it's just gonna give me a nice base disk. There's only 2 files on it, so it'll be easy enough to delete them. So let's do SMC-70 work. Get rid of that space. Okay. mkdir raw base. That's right. I made a directory with this in one instance and with mkdir in another. I am consistent. GW read drive A to track 00.0.raw, but in the folder. Boom, go. There we go. Well, Mark Malley, I don't have any software other than 2.2 as far as I'm aware. I did grab the that weird cloud file share assortment of files. I don't remember if there was a version of 2.0 on there or not. Is there an emulator for the SMC-70? I believe the answer is technically yes. And confusingly, they show screenshots of Japanese games on it, which would in theory work on that machine. They also show a demo disc that I haven't seen. So I don't know if maybe there are some Japanese sites that have some SMC-70 stuff, but that is a more difficult veil to pierce of the internet because I don't know how to search in kanji for that kind of stuff. So that's a little more difficult. But there is a multi-machine emulator for Japanese computers like that that does the SMC-70, the SMC-777, and a bunch of other machines. So, it's a release. That was release 1.2 you just booted. Oh, wait, what? We'll pop that back in again. I want to see that. We'll compare that to the other disc that I have. You do Sagi's help on that one? Potentially, actually. I don't know if it's just because I don't know what the big Japanese websites are, but from the outside looking in, it seems to be a lot more guerrilla over there, that they're a lot more, it's a lot more old web style in Japan, it seems like. So it's a little more difficult to find things from what I have been able to discern, again, from the outside looking in. All right, let me go try that. I'm curious, I didn't pay attention. Boot disk has BIOS. So 0 ohms, we're talking about 2 different things. There is the actual CPM version, which was 2.2, but then there are different SMC-70 software package releases. And I think that's what Mark Malley's talking about. Let's go try this really quick. I don't remember if it says the CPM package version on it or not. If I do this, will it bring up? No. But if I do this, it also doesn't. But if I do this, and then this, then it does. Okay. Ooh, that feels funky. There we go. Okay. So release 1.2 of the software there. Okay. Now I will pop that disk out, put in the green one that came with the machine that's really, like, I kind of want to get away from, but it's cathode ray dude's disc. This one is release 1.2. That's weird. We got the gen locker working with that. So that's 1.2. And then if I just like pop the disc in the other side, actually, let me grab, oh, I've wiped it now. Sure. VT. So if I do, I don't know, test, whatever. Well, it's version 1.0 of the video titler program. There we go. So now I can go to the super and I can do gen lock. So that is working, and then I can change the pattern that I'm sending it over here. I did something funky. There we go. Bring luminance back. So that is working, because the upper one here is the RGB sync out of the computer, and then the lower video feed is out of the NTSC superimposer. And then I have to feed it gen lock so that it doesn't do that. So the gen locker is working on version 1.2 here, except it'll do that until it decides the impedance is right. RetroTank 4K does not have a fun time with it. Yeah, Local H, Mark Malley is correct. Sony specifically was trying to design a microcomputer to get into the American market. And then just drug their feet on it for so long. It's a really weird fail. Dude, why are you doing this? It's actually the black and white sync switch that really screws with this. It's bad. I need to figure out how I'm going to deoxid it. There we go. Yeah, so I don't know if maybe this is a different release than the one you're familiar with for version 1.2 or something. I don't know. Okay. Probably if you download the ROM is 16K, which is actually something ROM. Release disc is 1.2 P for PAL, I guess. Potentially. Let's double check what this says exactly at the start. So it's just 1.2 plain. Oh. All right. Let's go mess with this a little more. Go back to the workstation. Let's go play around with the CPM utils, or the CPM tools, and create a disk def. All right. Oh, Local H, that would make sense, because I'd read about GP, but couldn't figure out what the difference is, and I was wondering if maybe it had a frame buffer or something included. That would make more sense. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, I'm pretty sure I could tell you what the disk format is offhand, because there's like 3 pages of the manual scanned online. Actually, Mark Malley, do you happen to know if there are any scans of the actual manuals like that are more complete online than just like the 3 pages that are available on the ZZXIO page? Because that's it as far as I know. Oh. As anyway, I was going to say, it's single-sided. The one of the manual pages that was shown there clearly showed that it is a interleave of 3 for the disk structure. So we'll be setting that up. I'm just trying to get HXC going here so that we can demonstrate this. Okay, HXC floppy emulator. Don't think anyone has scanned them? Okay, that's what I thought. Because there's, on that page, ZZXIO. Here, I don't know where these photos came from. If they have an SMC-70 or what, because this is one that has a disk drive and a gen locker. This one does not. So I don't know if these are just collections of images from the internet. But then they have a handful, these 3 pages, that are clearly ADF scans of the manual in English, but I cannot find it anywhere. So I don't know where this came from. Yeah, I don't know. The thing I will say is that there is this like orange peel white texture there. Then this is like a paper document or something that's sitting on. This is the orange peel texture, but this is carpet. And again, that's a G, also light pen. I want the printer too. I'm an idiot. I really want the printer. I want the printer more than like any of the other video nonsense. I want the printer. Good news is a printer from Japan would work. Because this is wood floor. This is also more manuals than are here. So I'm guessing these aren't their machine. They have an email. They do down at the bottom, and they specifically state like, hey, if you got any information about this machine, please reach out. So I don't know if they're just trying to collect information and photos from around the internet. So yeah, it does have the little numeric keypad thing, which I think is less for numbers and more for video control. But it does have that. And then this is a hard drive. I think your comment, Mark Malley, on the other stream mentioned that this plugs into the back of the floppy interface, which makes sense. An MFM controller for like the floppy stuff would be able to control an MFM hard drive for the most part. If that, I would imagine that's what that is internally. So, also those are first gen Sony manual shutter discs. So that was one thing you had commented on. So, Mark Malley, I have done a lot of research on the OAD 30 series. I just did it a couple of years ago, and I have collected some much more interesting resources for this. So these are second gen discs. These have the locking shutter, but they have the non-stadium style shutter type. So these are the ones that were sold to HP for the 9121. Yeah, that was a good call out on the V meaning single-sided. I'd forgot that. But yeah, those are the earliest 3.5-inch discs I have. So these ones are actually a little older yet still. So they have this kind of shutter, and you can see, you know, actually that's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that until just now. Those are the 1981 floppies. I think those are compatible with the Series 8000. Oh, you're Mark from ZZXIO. Oh, okay. Well, first off, I have to say, awesome on the MCA IDE CF, the card that lets you use the PS2 with XTIDE stuff. So I got that for my PS2 Model 70 from you. Absolutely fantastic. Same thing with the floppy adapters. I was really glad to get those. Okay. So I'm curious then, where did these images come from? Do you? Based on, I don't know, because yeah, I'm just curious. Anyway, I'll throw this out there. If these are yours or you have any binders of that stuff, I am, again, all too willing to offer my services for scanning stuff. So, scanning floppy images, this is my bag. So I can do all of that. On that, let's go ahead and look at the disk structure here. Yeah, I did not realize those are the super first gen ones. Makes sense. That floor is about the only spare surface left in my house. I know how that goes, trust me. There is not a wall in this office that does not have stuff on it. Okay. That's a lot of sectors. Dang. How many are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 sectors. That's a weird number. All right. And a weird, not a weird number in computer land, but a weird number for a number of sectors for a floppy disk. Okay. So let's build up a Grease Weasel disk def here. Actually, let's do this way. Wiki.techtangents.net. 128 byte sectors. Let's see here. Size 256. Which feels a little wrong. You don't support the gen locker, that's your goal here. But wasn't it just working? That's what I'm confused by. Because I just demonstrated it working with the pattern generator, didn't I? So the floppy information here that showed the interleave, or where was that? Also, this is super weird. The expansion connector, primarily technical. Picture of the prototype unit shows 60 watt power supply. And 50 pin. Oh, okay. I was thinking the exact same thing, that this was wrong and it was a Centronics connector. Also, you should be able to control it via setup. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the video titler software can directly control it, but then setup would allow you to default whether or not it's on or not. I'm imagining. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, the thing I was going to say, I think the SMC-70G came with a more powerful power supply than the non-SMC-70, didn't it? SMC-70, because I found one reasonable photo of a non-G that showed the rear power supply. And I thought it was to the very bottom of that page. Resources. What am I looking for? Up. Suma Graphics tablet. Wait, Suma Graphics? I thought it was Calcomp. Maybe there's multiple. I swear that the university... Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I swear the university page had a Calcomp. Oh, you already have a Grease Weasel disk stuff. Flash floppy. Was this it? So I saw this. So you have a flash floppy, the pinout, which, by the way, I had not seen a passive pinout for the Sony floppy drives before. I am unbelievably interested in this. And then this is CPM tools. We will need that, but that's not disk def. I think Calcomp acquired Suma Graphics. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. So 65 watt power supply. on a non-prototype unit. Where that? Whoa. Because that was one of the things that I was looking at when I was trying to spec out the power supply that I was recreating. So 60 watt power supply. Well, 60 watt's still weird, but yeah, 65 watt. Might be only the Japanese model. I don't know. But yeah, this was, oh my gosh, the box. Holy moly. Oh, when you get the ugly one that doesn't have the floppy drives. I mean, actually, it's kind of prettier than the one that has the floppy drives. But anyway. File is there now. Oh, I am incredibly excited about this. Absolutely grabbing that. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. Just going to move that into my SMC-70 work directory here. Boom. I really need to get my hands on a bunch more, excuse me, double density discs for this thing. Anyway, let's make a Grease Weasel disc stuff. So I was just going to start out by making a page on my wiki for this. Sony SMC-70G. All right. Let me go take a pretty picture. I don't know that there's going to be such a pretty picture because this thing, it's not that it isn't pretty, it's that it's got a whole lot going on. And I'm not set up for pretty picturing right now. Okay. Main reason I want to do this on the wiki is I already have some templates for setting up Grease Weasel disc stuffs there, make it easier and document it better. But I generally try to always have better put together pages on there. So I'm going to want to upload a photo. Price for DD a bit insane? Yes. Few people have been installing Gotex, that's ugly. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the Gotex. Plus, with the CPM machines, wanting to use drives A and B as like different use cases, they're much more likely to want like an OS disk and then a dedicated data disk, kind of like the video titler having the data disk for the files for it. So yeah, what would you put? A Gotek in both places? You would put it in only one? Would it be the boot disk? Would it be the data disks? I'd rather. Plus, I am very biased in that I love the OAD 30 drives. So I want to keep those in there. Anyway, Sony SMC-70G rough. Okay. Hold on, I'm uploading a photo of this machine. Load file. Boop. Excuse me, but I said boop. Nope. Upload. Compromise external GoTev as drive C to plug into the back. I would do it as drive D since I do have the disk cache on there and I've validated that it works. But I can see that. Although, can the video titler be pointed to a different path? I don't know, it just doesn't seem like some of the stuff wants to cooperate with things like that. There we go. Sony made the thing. It's a computer. Condition, working, model number, SMC-70G, software environment, CPM 2.2. I don't think we know of any other CPM releases for it. I'm not going to mess with the other stuff right now. Okay, apply. And make it whatever you want. I did not realize that. I will have to look into how to launch that better. Okay. So now I'm going to go to main page. Catalog by hardware, HP, and then let's look at any of the floppies. And I want this. Edit. Disk structure. I'm just going to copy this whole section. Boom. Okay. Ooh, I wonder what the... Double check that it is not doing anything funky. Like starting at sector 0. Sector 1, 2... Wait, what? So you have an interleave of 3 listed for image disk. This disk has no interleave. Every disk save setup is too unique to make floppy A and B. Oh, yeah, definitely. Cache B, yeah. This is why I like working with raw. Yeah, add a new cache. You have to update every disk you want to use it on every disk. That's part of why I'm just leaving mine configured as is, because this is a machine where you definitely have to know how to use it. And I don't want to have... I'm probably going to settle on one config in any disk with any software. I'm going to have it pre-configured that way. Oh, wait, here you have interleave 1 for flash floppy. File system also haven't really order, but the file system is using interleave. But why would IMD? But IMD is physical interleave. Ben, that's what this is. For CPM, no, that's flash floppy. CPM tools definition. I can't remember. Is skew interleave on CPM tools? I feel like sectors are all over the place. This is inspecting MD files. I am wondering if that's correct, though. Because the machine booted this just fine. It didn't seem excessively slow. On the other hand, I think we could change the interleave without it making a difference, as long as it's actually checking the sector headers. So being part of the file system, though, so I think this is not correct then. Because this is for image disk. So this is similar to what I'm about to do for the Grease Weasel. So I would be doing Sony.SMC-70. We have how many cylinders of data? Should be like 70. Yeah, 70. $70 cylinders, 1 head. It is IBM MFM, right? IBM MFM. ID starts at 1, which is normal. Leave interleave 1. Sector 16 bits per second, 256. Yes, bits per sector. It is correct. It's part of the file system. Hold on, though. Image disk does not work at the file system level. Image disk works at the physical level. So this would rearrange the sectors on the disk. It's saying you write sector 1, then you write sector 4, then you write sector 7, then you write sector 3. That is a physical interleave of 3. So we would see 1, 4, 10, 7, 10, but we're not seeing that because we see up here sector ID 1 and then sector ID 2. This disk worked. So I think that is correct. You know, I didn't even check if the Grease Weasel just has an SMC-70 disk def. It may. I have a feeling not, just because it's a fairly unusual machine, but maybe. Let's find out. Data, disk defs, no Sony. There's CPM. There's no CPM. Yeah, so no, there is not. Someone else contributed HP ones yet? I really need to get on that. Just make a git pull request. Read with interleave 1, CPM tools Q3. Okay. That is what I was thinking. Okay. And hey, Cody. All right, so we definitely need custom SMC-70 disk def. Still 70, heads 1, IBM MFM, interleave 1, sector 16. We don't technically have to define an interleave of 1, that's default, but that, unlike ID 1, I prefer to have specifically defined, especially when we're going to have CPM tools disk def defined in a moment as something else, which I believe we can pull from the Jonos page here. Stream Ben? Turns out my Nuvicon camera is a little dead. List all the disk defs? Yeah, but it's a little easier to just go to, I have the source code just like right there, boom, done. The AI thing, yeah, it's already disabled here. Well, dead's a bit dramatic. It has color issues and okay, so sector length 256, track 70. Sectors per track is 16. Block size, I believe it's 256. No. That's not CPM tools. Block size 2048. Interesting. Okay. Maxter, I will mostly copy this. Skew. I will entirely copy this. SMC-70. Nuked as soon as I added to your channel, yeah. Yeah, it looks like there might be some physical misalignment of the camera tube to the lens, and then there is potentially recapping, and maybe, if I'm lucky, just trim pot adjustment, but I suspect it needs to be recapped. Or that the tube is roasted. Really very good contemporary CCD machine up to capture cell TT Live's comparison. I see, that's why I kept trying to push that it's not just a prosumer camera, that it is meant for more professional level, because I knew it looked really sharp. I don't know about the color problems, so I'm less happy about that. I don't know enough about Nuvicons to be able to diagnose it based on the other issues. I agree the back focus is probably wrong on the tube. I think the tube needs to be pushed up closer to the lens. Prosumer VHS HQ. It's not sharp as fan. Okay, let me grab the grease weasel. This stuff. Okay, so double density 3.5. This using the system formatted. It's not LIF and none of that. System decode flex data of a disk. Use following grease weasel disk def. Properly decode it. To modify a decoded read/modify decoded disk image. You know what? Use CPM tools on Linux. There we go. Okay. So we have to add this into the main CPM tools stuff, but that's fine. Get rid of this. Sony's entry into the home microcomputer market in 1982. The SMC-70G is a revised version meant for video production that enables overlaying graphics on top of a locked video signal. Boom. Just give it a generic description. Save, and there we go. Okay. So, here's how I am going to decode this stuff. Let's do this. Grab this. Make a disk def CFG. CFG. Then GW -- disk defs equals. I don't think we have to do equals. I think we just do disk def. Format Sony.smc70, and then we're actually going to do a convert from raw base tracks 000 blah 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 raw to test.img. Operating temperatures in the manual mine refuses power on right outside for 20 minutes because humidity condenses on the boards inside, makes the electronic tricky. Blah. I don't have that problem here. 280K. Is that correct? That seems low. All right. Well, let's go add this to all this. Vim. Sudo vim. Do I not have CPM tools installed? Sudo apt install CPM tools. How did I not have that installed? Single-sided. I know single-sided, but even the double-sided ones are quoted at like 1 megabyte raw capacity. So having a quarter of that seems a little not quite right. Okay, read only. So let's do a sudo edit. Okay. Boop. And then what is this kernel thing? Why is there a udev line in this? What? Hold on. I didn't, oh my gosh, get me out of here. That was weird. Okay, hold on. I'm screwing everything up. Doink. A doink. Okay. You know, SMC. No, there was not previously an SMC-71. Okay. Boom. Okay. It's been a little while since I've used CPM tools. Let's see. CPM ls test.img. Will you tell me how to do this? Format -f SMC-70. There we go. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So he's playing safe for bit rot, maybe. Correct possible output, about the same quality as tape playback. Can't say that for Shelby's camera, yeah. All right. Yeah, CPM tools is like the greatest thing ever. I love this. It's so awesome that there's such a good tool. Because without this, man, it would really suck. Okay, but now here's what we can do. We can take your file, Mark, from the ZZXIO page, and we can put this in here. All right, put that there. I will do the same GW convert on that to the raw file type, or the binary file type. So this, boom, and then I'll just go ahead and do that and change the extension to IMG. Bingo. And now we can run the CPM tools on that and see all of the files that are included on your disk as well. So I can see this is more of the, this is the basic, or not, I don't know how to phrase this, not necessarily basic, although I know one of these had a basic on it. But anyway, let me kind of phrase this. This is the plain CPM release. This does not have video titler and stuff. But this has basically everything we would want. There's backup. Oh yeah, we want to run backup. That's right. I know it was on one of the like 3 pages here. Gosh, the technical reference manual. I would love to get a copy of that too. What on earth is that? Joystick and PSG board. Holy moly. Anyway. This backup menu, format disk and sysgen. That would allow us to make a new disk as a base, but we could also just delete the files from one of these to do that with. But anyway, I'll probably at some point here use this disk image and then format and sysgen a blank disk, and then we'll use that as the raw base that we'll use to build some other disks. So, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make the disk image that I was sent, excuse me, here, and then we're gonna write this. That's a factory fresh disk. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna write this binary image using the Grease Weasel format. We'll go boot that to test. And then we will look at making a merged disk image that has the video titler stuff along with the newer CPM stuff on it. That way we can have everything that we need. Also, I'll go ahead and extract all the titler files so that we can start working with files more directly for this. Why not GoTech? Why GoTech when OAD30V, OAD31? Because OAD31 way cooler than GoTech. Write this, but that format. Boom. Okay. This is where we're able to really start doing stuff with this. Now, we're looking at the VTX files to reverse it. Well, we're about to have some VTX files pulled off, so. And the image files. So Zero Owns here was starting to look at the image files. Oh, you sent me a updated new build, smaller memory interpreter and Tetris. I didn't even realize there was CPM Tetris. Okay. Their notes were that it looks like some form of RLE compression, but after quickly disassembling, wasn't able to figure out where the image loading is done. So it doesn't seem like it's simple. Also not sure. I think Wolf had the picture viewer for the PAL system. It's possible for something like the picture viewer that could be bespoke to the PAL machine because that's drawing to the bit plane, and that might be different because there's a bigger bit plane on PAL. So don't know how that's going to quite work. If we can get a copy of that and what it could do. So that's a little potentially a problem. But let's go ahead and go on back over to here. Test out this disk. Make sure the whole setup is correct. So pop that in. Fire up the computer. Switch on over to the video. And bingo. There we go. Just for kicks, I want to run setup. Setup. So we can see that different PAL probably got borders. I mean, I selfishly hope so. Okay, so system setup, serial port config, screen attributes. Where's the Genlock version? NTSC version uses bigger PAL size. Fill over in the NTSC area. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Screen info. I don't see Genlock stuff there. Let's see. Home for main menu. Home screen, disconfig, device configuration potentially. SMC-70 Genlock options. Okay. 6 Genlock off. Oh, it is off right now. Interesting. So on. Well, that's. Can't I just press a. No. I don't fully understand what that option actually does. Because it turns on when the video titler activates. I don't know. Let's just turn it on and see what happens. Okay. Home for main menu. And then 7, save system setup. Press Y to save. And then I'm just going to restart it and we'll see what it does. It's on. Will it need a video signal to display something? Well, I got the pattern generator feeding into it right now. Okay, reset. Boom. Let's see what happens. Genlock turned on. And it is on. But it's not displaying anything else. So I don't know what that does. Can RT4K do an NTSC tint profile? I don't know what you mean. Is controlling what is controlling the sync? Let me check something. So we just booted and Genlock is on and we can see we got both screens over there. Okay, I'm gonna turn the machine off. Okay, this is Cathode Ray Dude's disk for the video titler application that was apparently released 1.2. Genlock was off and now it's on. Now it's off. Now it's on. So interesting setup. Oh, that's right. It doesn't exist on this disk. So it's activated on this one already. That's weird. I don't know. So that's 1.2. And then this is 2.1. Huh. I don't know. That's strange. Maybe 1.2, it's always on and you just don't have the option? I don't know. Because it worked. But it did activate that when we were trying to do that. We only did it very briefly yesterday. So, all right. I'm going to try and write the other disk that Zero Ohms sent me. There's a weird faint interleave on the image now. Oh, yeah, on the one moment. What did we boot? We booted 2.1. We don't have video titler. Oh, let me try this. BT. Video's funky at boot. So again, the sync issues on this image right there, it's because of the sync pin going into the RetroTank 4K. So here all I'm doing is touching the switch. I'm not actually moving the switch, I'm just touching it. That switch is bad. I need to deoxid it, but it's sealed in a very annoying way. So I may have to turn the system on its side and kind of flood the top and then cycle it back and forth a bunch of times. So that's what that is. I'm guessing once it heats up or something from making poor contact, it works out. So anyway, test. So on the other RetroTank, the problem is that since it's the stupid SDP, there's not a lot I can do as far as making the video look better. So phase, looking at the M, that's not making a huge difference unless it's really slow. Yeah, I don't know. Can I have it auto phase? Comb filter helps a lot. I don't know. You don't have that when you configure Genlock off. You're saying this I don't have when Genlock is off? Because that is because of the impedance of the machine. If I boot without touching the Genlocker at all, I'm pretty sure it does that. That's because I'm using the RGB S, B, and C outputs on the Genlocker. If I had the, what is it, KV 1241 or whatever monitor, I would have the the DB25 cable that would go into the back of that through the weird connector instead. Wouldn't I? Anyway, I'm not I maybe am not understanding what you're saying. Because anyway, if I do this, boom, we're getting Genlock. If I unplug the sync cable on there, it loses sync because we are using the external reference for the sync. The flicker is because the switch is bad. I can set the output to sync mode, which requires a 75 ohm termination, then it doesn't work. So, but if I switch it back to black and white and then the switch gets itself sorted out, it'll eventually come back and then it'll work correctly. Eventually. If I hit reset, it's clear. If I hit reset right now, it changes the color in the Genlocker background back to that green. But isn't that... So I have quit the video titler before directly after enabling the... Here. So we currently have the Genlock on with release 1.2. If I run the video titler, and then I go and I enable the pass-through, so test. Oh. One moment. Okay. Super, and then superimpose. Okay, not mix, superimpose. Then I will quit, and I will end, and I will abort. Now when we go back to regular CPM, it will still have the transparent background. Boom, there we go. Well, that's not quite regular CPM yet, but it's pretty close. Let's exit, there we go. Grr. Now the text will have the colored background, but that is still like that. So my understanding with how this is working is that kind of like on Windows XP, where there was like a magic pixel color that was for the DRM video stuff, or if you like screenshotted Power DVD and tried to put that into MS Paint, you would actually have like transparent pixels that you could move the window over Power DVD and watch the DVD through Paint. I think there is a pixel color that represents clear. So transparent pass through the Genlock video. What the Genlock is doing is just determining whether or not I sync to internal sync, which doesn't work with the external video there, or the external sync, which gets it from my pattern generator. But that doesn't have anything to do with the transparent background. You have that flicker reset. That is 100% RetroTink 4K. That is not related to the Genlocker. I'm telling you. So again, I can do that whenever I want by just touching this switch right here. I don't mean, here, let me clarify exactly what I mean. When I say I'm touching the switch, I don't mean I'm changing anything. Okay, it's the switch right here. All I have to do is poke it. I'm not sliding it, I'm just poking it. The switch is bad. It's the switch to go between sync and black and white. That switch is physically bad. I'm not doing anything, it's bad. That's what's causing that. Mixed in with the impedance for the sync signal not being quite right. So that has nothing to do with the actual Genlocker. The deoxit can't easily get into the switch, that's the problem. Is the switch bouncing? The switch is not making good contact. It's dirty inside. I need to clean it. The problem is that it's really well sealed, so it's really hard to clean. It doesn't have that opening on the pot. The Genlock doesn't do the chroma key. I believe that is the job of the NTSC superimposer here. So I'm inputting video into this, but I'm also inputting the video into here, but only for the sync signal. I could actually connect the sync pulses from the pattern generator here instead, but it was kind of easier just to run a T to have the sync pulses go through there. Did we fix the fan? Yes, we did. The fan is now operating. The fix was to just plug the fan in. So no, the Genlocker doesn't do the overlay. That's the superimposer module back here. But the superimposer module, I believe, needs the Genlocker. It's just kind of weird. I don't fully understand the relationship there. Unless this RGB cable that's on the other side also can feed back into the machine. So if this is bidirectional, then that would make sense how this could get up to the Genlocker. But on the other hand, we have never seen the video from the pattern generator that goes into the superimposer on the RGB output. So I'm pretty sure the magic pixel color that is transparent is only relevant to the superimposer. really hate this tension knob. It always falls off. It's either so tight that the ball doesn't move, or so loose that it just eventually backs off all on its own. Got RF through the switch connection, make it bad. They might have the full sync signal going through that switch. They probably do, which is why it sucks. Okay. Make a video on Sony monitor, show you the difference. Okay. I would love to know what I'm misunderstanding, if I am. I am open to that potential. From what I can see in my diagnostics, that is what's going on. I can use the internal sync. The output video of the computer itself stays fine because it's the internal sync, but then it misaligns with the other one. I can then unplug the Genlock input and it doesn't work, but then if I try external, it doesn't work because it doesn't have the Genlock. And then I plug it in and it works. And then that is happening only because of the RetroTink 4K. And then it sorts itself out, or the switch. But that's my understanding, so I don't know. All right, we got 12 minutes left. Let's go right. 0 ohms, Hitchhiker's Disc, and Tetris. I'm more interested in playing Tetris currently. I do want to try Hitchhikers, as I mentioned before. This seems like an interesting system to try it on, especially since I could run it from the cache disk, which would be hilarious. But right now, we just want to run Tetris, because we're definitely not going to have the time for anything kind of Infocom level, effort, length. Okay. Coffee. Okay. Grabbing new disk file. Am I remembering correctly that CPM tools can actually work with an IMG file? I think it can, right? Yeah. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, IMD is just an IMG, but with some headers that basically says what the disk structure is, if I remember right. I just prefer to have the raw file system on the thing. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and write this S70 Hitchhiker. Okay. Oh, you know what I just realized? Pinout of that video connector is listed somewhere on here, isn't it? Yeah. Well, this is for the television, though. A red return, green return, that's, yeah, ground. Green input, red input. Not in use. Great to know you've been using HXC to convert. How thoroughly have we broken it whilst you were away? Well, we're about to probably get Tetris running on the SMC-70. Thanks to help from 0 ohms. But the camera definitely seems hosed. So, I kind of just gave up. We're running the pattern generator again. All right, back to Workbench. Let's go to... Drink more coffee. You know, it's kind of incredible how well this high-density disk is working in that drive. That one has been completely 100% reliable every time. That one, same batch, garbage. I wonder if it was the way it was written. I want to eject that and... Okay. It was just extra snappy there for some reason. Why Why are you being so weird? Video doodad. I think the superimposer lost its mind there for a moment, or it's got some kind of funky auto gain. I don't know. All right. Here we go. Boop. Okay. Also, IMD utils. I am not aware of what that is. Okay. Verizon collection cross-platform, command utilities, work on image disk, floppy disk images, these tools. Or the original MS-DOS. But image information convert IMD files to raw binary, bin merge. Interesting. So it just seems like kind of a rewrite of the IMD software. That's strange. I mean, it never existed for Linux, so that would be nice to compile a version for that. But I just end up using the Grease Weasel tools. Okay. There is zero reason to have the what you call it? Whoops, hold on, I'm screwing stuff up. Zero reason to have the television version up. Okay, so Tetris 80. Wait, is this a Z80? I hadn't thought about that. Is this running CPM 80? That's good to know. Okay. Pet Sol 20? I need to remember to stop tapping on the stool because you guys can hear that. Well, it drew some black dots and then gave up. Okay. OCPM, Z80. Oh, yeah, Z80 is the default. That's right. All right, come on, get that out of your system. Just get over it. Stop it. Sync already. No Tetris, yeah. We'll just pretend it's working well right now. Veza 2 or... Okay, so we got two options. Veza 2. Oh my gosh. Dude. There. Jeez. What did I mistype? I did Visa. Veza 2. All right, and terminal mode isn't acceptable, it seems like. So the clear command didn't work. That's not good. Oh, I assume this is using VT100 codes. So this is a weird terminal mode. Sweet. Cool. All right. Look. Yeah. All right. Quit. Do I wish to leave? Yes. Okay. Sure. We'll try the other one just in case. But it's compatible with some IBM terminal, weirdly. That is weird. All terminal codes documented somewhere for this. They're on the utilities disk image. Ah, that's nice. I don't know how you set the terminal mode for that version of Doodad, the Infocom thing. The problem is that if it's going to be a weird terminal mode, that is going to complicate running some stuff. So like I would have maybe been able to get WordStar, for example, running on here, but not if it's going to have a custom terminal mode. Yeah, precompiled in most likely. All right, let's try the other one just to see. This was the one where we ask questions, right? I can almost type. Can run anything newer in Z3. I know you mean Zork 3. Oh, no, kinda, almost. This is a different terminal. Okay, so it looks like that's ADM3A mode, it looks like. And it's not compatible with that either. Wow. Okay. Well, Zero Ohms, don't worry about this for right now. I need to figure out the. I need to figure out how I'm going to make a video about this. So, not getting something to run is real rough because that means we're back to square one. I was kind of hoping to get it working with standard CPM stuff. Not going to be complicated. Not working with ADM3A or whatever the other one was, which I'm guessing Z Machine version 3, 5 added fancier screen options, later game use has bigger memory. Okay, at least to load stuff. It does, yes. So that part works. Let's look at setup one more time. Oh, I don't have a disk with setup on it right now. All right, you know what? We're gonna call it there. Because I am going to need to figure out if we can either change the serial mode, which I don't think so. Usually you can't do that. But the setup seems pretty comprehensive, so I will check that there isn't a way of emulating a different CPM system. Because I don't know. That's especially with it having built-in support for 8-inch discs over the port on the back. I would think Sony would not have it be stuck with such a with a bespoke terminal mode. That wouldn't make sense. So it's got us, like Ben said, there were no standards for this. The standards were emulating a specific terminal. Although color, I mean, a VT102, did that even exist at this point? Color is unique, but it should have emulated some other kind of terminal. Teletype IO, that's your lot, everything. I mean, yeah, I'm saying it should have emulated one specific machine's terminal modes, or console terminal commands. You're saying it emulated some kind of IBM one. I need to look into that, figure out what that is, see if that was common enough that maybe other stuff will support it. You change the serial port a bit? Yeah, that's what I need to look at. I don't know. Because for something like Hitchhikers, it's essentially running internal on serial, kinda. You treating the CRT output as a terminal, and then the keyboard input. So this is where the CPM side matters a lot more than the Sony and the Genlocker side. So. Overall, though, everything works on it perfectly fine. I mean, the switch is a little fuzzy, but it's fully functional, which is insane. I'm so excited. I just wish I could get it to do something a little more intriguing. The titler is pretty good, don't get me wrong. It's just, yeah, I got to figure out how I'm going to demonstrate that. Technically, somewhere, I think I own 1 or 2 SVHS cameras, but they are so insignificant to me that I have literally no idea where they are in storage. Like, absolutely none. There's a good chance they are in a cardboard box buried under garbage and I won't be able to find them. So I'm going to not even entertain that as a possibility. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do for video source. Because realistically, I don't think a video will be good if I just run a pattern generator through it. As fun as that is. And I can't exactly run commercial VHS, copyright, and I gotta show the footage. Unless I could fair use my way through finding a television show that used this titler and then superimpose my own titles on top of it. I don't know. Anyway, all right, we're gonna have to call that. Yeah, we tried that, Poot. It wasn't that great. All right, well, we're gonna call it there. There are other sources for composite video devices, of course. I don't know. That's not what I want. Software. If you click somewhere in the random background, it'll do whatever the last action was. Anyway, outro time. I'll figure out something, run an NES or something through it. Yeah, but game consoles is, I don't know. Get Nintendo on here, yeah. I'll figure something out. So, really nice it's fully working though. Well, that's gonna be it for today and this weekend. Next weekend, we will be starting off with a rather awesome thing. This is the Deck LAXXKG cable, which is the Deck Rider 2. That's the 3, but just pretend that's the 2. The 2's right there. The Deck Rider 2 serial interface cable. With this, the Deck Rider 2 can be just as useful as the Deck Rider 3, and we'll be able to connect it to normal things that are not current loop. So, Friday, we will attempt installing this, see if it works, and use the Deck Rider 2 for serial stuff instead of just as a teletype typewriter kind of thing, because, yeah, without this, I had no way of connecting it to anything. So, that's what we will do next. But, for now, that's going to be it. If you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. I released a video yesterday that you might want to go check out, but for now, that's it. And I will see you all next time. Oh yeah, Philip, I could run the camera through the color corrector, but that wouldn't help with the side color shift. Anyway, yeah. Oh well. I did try and find that today too. It's super varied.